Hey, you summoned the Lesser Maker. Today we're going to be doing a scratch build. I wanted to do like a Morheim Jailhouse. Let me grab the terrain board we're going to be adding to. So I think I want it on this side of the board. I think that would be the best thing. I know that I'm not probably going to finish this in its entirety, but I would like to get it to its priming stage. So for the jailhouse, I'm kind of looking for feedback in your guys' opinion, but I would like it to be on the smaller side. I was looking at images on Google for like town holding cells, and they're kind of like cylindrical, and I do have like a towel roll. So I was thinking about using that, but I don't know. It's always more interesting to use foam, in my opinion. So I don't know. So let's pull this off the wall, and then we can take a look at it. Oh, I need to be able to look at chat. I forgot. Live streaming is hard. I'm not very good at it. So it took a while to figure out how to set it up again. It's been a while. Here, let me pull up chat on my phone. Oh, I should probably share the stream places too. Here. While you guys are waiting, I will point this at the terrain board. Hey guys, how you doing? All right. I just got to do some administrative work real quick, and then I'm going to pull up the chat, and then we can get started. Where is it? Share. Copy link. All right. Announcements. All right. I was thinking about like doing a build with the cylinder, like here. I can point this down. I'm not sure if it wants to be on this side or this side. I think it would be interesting to kind of have a build that's like clung to the side of this overhang and then kind of rolling over it a bit. So since you guys are here, I think I'll let you guys decide. Hey, Hanover, how you doing? Let's see. Yeah. I'm not sure because I don't want to be building on the board. I might have to just measure it and then figure it out. All right. I have a few more places to share the live stream. So bear with me while I kind of figure that out. And we'll just chat for a bit. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been kind of a crazy journey doing this on YouTube. I have the mic pointed the wrong way, so hopefully you guys heard any of that. All right. Can you guys hear me all right? Yeah. All right. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. Here, let's just hang out a bit while I kind of figure out how to share stuff. YouTube videos, social media. Isn't there a live streaming thing? Oh, I think it'll be fine. Paste. All right. And then Instagram. All right. All right. Let's go hang out over here while I figure things out. Oh, I know. Yeah, the California fire. Honestly, for my area, the fires weren't as bad as the wind. It was like 100 miles per hour, and every single day we got a notification from our electrical company that they're like we're shutting down your electricity, and then they never would, which was like the worst. So, yeah. All right. I think that'll be the last place I share it. Let me pull up chat on my phone. So I would share all this before I was live, but YouTube didn't give me a link until I went live, which took me so long to kind of figure out. So sorry for that. And then let's get started. All right. Okay. Oh, hey, Victoria. Happy birthday. That's my wife. Okay. So let's push this up. All right. So to kind of catch everyone up, we want to build a jailhouse. I think it would be cool to kind of have it in this area with all the graves, just to kind of say like a lot of people died in this jail or whatever, or like Executioner's Hill. And then I also have this side here, which honestly might be a little hard to work with today because I don't want to be building on the terrain board while we're live because it's really hard to get a good angle of that. So maybe we just do this. And for anyone who's new, I'm sure no one's new here, but I have a build video for like every build here. So you can go search it out. This is the cemetery. So this is probably one of my favorite terraforming builds. So, all right, I think it's time to put this away. Actually, I should measure this. We got 6 inches here, 7 inches there, 6.5 inches there, and then 3 inches there. And then obviously we don't want to take that whole area. So we're looking at 3. Let's try to aim for like a 3-foot square or 3-inch square, and then we'll kind of figure it out from there. All right, I'm gonna hang this back up on the wall. The nice thing about Mordheim is you can really exaggerate the overhangs. So if we're working at a 3-inch square build, we can really overhang that probably by at least another inch. So stay. So it should be fun. All right, so I think it's time we kind of sketch this out. This is probably boring for some people, but I feel like the design process is probably the hardest part, so that's kind of why I'm showing it. Or maybe not, because I don't have a pen. Oh, there it is. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, if you want to post it on the Discord so I could see it, that would be really cool. Yeah, I like to see that you guys are hobbying too, so pretty sick. All right. Okay, so jails. Honestly, it might be better to sketch on the phone directly. Let me bring you guys here, and then we can figure it out. So we have a 3-inch by 3-inch building. Typically, buildings in this era, even though it's fictional, it's still kind of an era, are supported by a stone foundation. So we're going to kind of mimic that here. Okay. I'm sure everyone's tired of hearing stuff like this, but if you like the stream, it helps push it to new people. So if you could do that, that'd be great. Cool. my board just shifted on the wall. So I'm going to push it back on. Stay. If you're new, this is held on by magnets. So probably not the most secure and best idea, but it's what I started out doing. And yeah, I've only had this board fall, and it was pretty devastating. But because I've scratch built everything, it's not too hard to repair. So could be worse, honestly. All right. So I have a bits box where I've casted stuff, like doors, 3D prints. Most of these are from my free STL pack. So it's called Building Accessories. You can download that without subscriptions and all that jazz on my Patreon. So yeah, I think this one will be good. Actually, this is a 3D print from a Trench Crusade video. Not video, Trench Crusade miniature that I cast up, and I use this all the time. I don't think most people caught that, but I backed the first CuCast Kickstarter for Trench Crusade, and it took so long that the guy gave out the STLs for free. So that was really nice. Oh, that's in focus. All right. Hey, for you guys who are new, oh, cool. Yeah, I love that. I love that cannon. Yeah. That's probably one of my, I leave that one on my desk. I don't play Turnip 28, but I love making stuff for it. It's really cool. So yeah, I really like the storage on the wall. It's pretty sketchy, and honestly, I should probably convert everything to like a French cleat, because those are a bit more mechanical and not so faith based. So all right, so let's, you know what, I'm gonna use one of these. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, white is, I don't know, what are you painting on? Like, what color are you painting on for your white paint? It might be best to start with a tan and then work up from that, but obviously that's up to you. Hey, loosely connected or collected. Man, you guys are really coming in today. It's been a while since I've done this. It's really cool to kind of see everyone. Yeah, I mean, you could do a light gray too. I like to have kind of a warm tone underneath my colors, so tan is always kind of the one I go with. And tan is like the dollar store doesn't sell like a light gray, so. Okay, so I should probably show you guys what I'm doing. All right. So we have this doorway, and we want it to make it look like it's coming from a brick wall. Obviously, if this was flat, it wouldn't look great. So I like to cut these at a 45 degree, and right here too. And then we can cut this at a 45 and then just take it out. When we texture this later, it's going to look so much more like stone. If you look at like castle architecture, usually, well, from the outside, buildings that are like built to withstand sieges or whatever, they'd just be flat on the outside. But you kind of want to add more dimension for an art piece rather than a like something in real life. So all right, I have this window. I think we'll put that on a different side. All right. All right. I need at least one more side for that, and then we can continue. Now that I'm like playing around with foam, is it still okay to hear me, or is it like tangling and making it awful? Oh, so it's easy when you have a 3D printed door. Obviously, that takes the guesswork out of it. But another easy way of doing that, I mean, getting a Mordheim like a actual kit isn't that difficult. This one is obviously I put some swill fish faces on it, and then recast it. But getting one of these and just like sticking it there and tracing it is obviously the easiest solution. Other than that, I kind of go with a. This is 1.75 by 1 inch. So that should give you a good guesstimate. And then also it kind of depends on the miniatures you're using. I have to be honest, a lot of my doorways are too small for Games Workshop minis. Here, where's my miniature for scale? I mean, this one isn't the one I use, but this is a good example. Obviously, this miniature isn't getting inside anytime soon. Where's the center? There it is. No. This is so hard. Okay. There it is. All right. So really, they're not there for your miniature to go through. They're just there to say, hey, a miniature can come inside this building. And that's one of the main reasons I paint all this stuff in one color. So it's easy to say, hey, it's green. These guys can shoo out of this and whatnot. So let's see, window. So this is a recast. Yeah, so the opening is basically 1 inch by 1 inch, or 75.75 by 1 inch. But then they add all the details. So all right. Okay. At this point, I usually try to decide on whether this bottom level is playable or it's just there for looks. So I think I will. I don't know. Should it be playable? Let you guys decide.
Might be also in the bathroom. Oh yeah, she's in the bathroom. Are you going potty? Yeah.
So do you think I should make this an interior or just a facade? I can obviously make the decision, but I figured since I have you guys here. Okay, so today we're building a jailhouse. So we're putting it on this board right here, probably in this section behind the fortress. Yeah, so that's what we're aiming for. I've already made the measurements. If you want to look back on the old footage, you can check out earlier in the VOD or whatever and just scroll back for any of that info. But yeah, so we're going to be making a jailhouse. Okay, so if it's a facade, then honestly, that makes it faster. So that's probably a good one. This thing will come to shape a little faster anyway. Filming is hard. I'm sorry. Editing for YouTube videos every Saturday is realizing that you've only filmed 10% of the project, and then you have to edit the rest of it out. All right. Yeah. All right. All right. Okay, let's take this over to the board. I know that I'm going to want to put buttresses on this thing, so I'm just going to mark where I want those. I don't like putting scatter terrain on my boards, so having a buttress to hide behind is kind of a good, easy way to have cover. In my mind, if there's like boxes of stuff everywhere in Mordheim, then the people who are looting Mordheim have done it wrong. So this is kind of my mindset. Also, if I have to go like play a game with my kids, usually I just have to like start playing like immediately, or it'll never get done. So going around and hunting where all my little scatter terrain things are just doesn't work. I can just pull it off the wall and then play it immediately, which is really nice. So okay, so this is an entry point. So I think it makes sense to have it like this. Maybe. Oh, this is really tall. All right, I have an eye here, so I don't want to block this too much. All right, I think this will be good. Okay, so I think it would be smart to have them on the back to kind of hold up the building. So maybe even we're having like a quarter arch, or maybe like an L bracing, so that we can make this look a little bit bigger. So yeah, and yeah, I think that'll be right. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Yeah, so I don't get a ton of these comments anymore, but when I first started, I used to get a ton of people saying, like, doesn't it take away like replayability on these boards if they're static and don't move? And honestly, I've never gone, like, I go to the same city to go to antique stores every week, to not every week, but I think you guys are getting what I'm saying. Like, you can go to the same place over and over and over again and still find new places to be. So if you're mimicking a city, um, it makes it real easy to like kind of find new things and new places to hide. It makes you better at navigating and playing the board too, which is kind of cool. And then the boards rotate and stuff, so like having that change on its own really changes how you navigate the boards on their like by themselves too. So all right, so we're just gonna stick this door right here. Yeah, let's add one buttress over here. Does everyone know what a buttress is? I'm assuming a lot, I guess. But if you guys need explanations on stuff, let me know. And because I don't really use these technical terms in videos, so if you have any questions, let me know and I'll answer. Yeah, so flying buttresses are really cool. I don't use them a lot because they're pretty fragile. So having just a regular buttress, a butt rest. No. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, just having a regular buttress does a lot to kind of add cover. So, and then it doesn't like it adds a lot of dimension to the build, but it doesn't like take away from it either. Yeah, let's do that again. Oh, I should post this on Patreon. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? All right, 1 second. All right. All right. Sorry for that. I've been pretty straightforward with the ADD trait, so you guys should be on the page by now. This is who you signed up to watch, so. All right, there it is. Okay. Probably leave the chat open. All right. Hey, Pile of Shame. Yeah, I've been watching your stuff, and I think it looks really cool. So it's always cool to see inspiration and kind of iterate on things. So yeah, I appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna hide the glue seams. All right. Yeah, my favorite Mordheim scenario is what's the name? Hidden Treasure, I think. I don't remember at the moment. It's early. that one's my favorite because you get to like explore the buildings and go in and out, try to find each treasure, and you have to like literally go in each one. And it's not really about like fighting people. It's more like suspense, and then it hits like the treasure's found, and then it becomes really sick. So. Bye. Have a good one. Okay. Should have thought about that. All right, let's do this. Going on the Trench Crusade stuff, I learned that this is the optimal rock to texture stuff with. It's a piece of concrete, and it has a lot of indents in different dimensions, and that's probably one of the most valuable things. Trying to get a concrete texture, I really like this one. It really exaggerates the look of it. This is the one I used to use, and it's really good because it's sharp. You can add cracks to like plaster or whatever, but you have to use so much pressure. For this one, it's just like you just roll it on, and it's pretty great. So. All right. Let's see. If you're here and you wouldn't mind just leaving a like, that helps the video kind of reach out a little bit. I appreciate it. Other than that, like, I appreciate you guys just hanging out. So. Yeah, that's the plan. after this step, I'm gonna add. Oh, I need to add these buttresses. All right, one sec. Actually, it's better to texture it a little before. And then add the buttress and then texture it again. Because those inside corners can be really tough with the rock. Yeah. Like this corner right here. I can get this with the brick tool that we'll be using, but it's harder to get with like the stone. Yeah, it's been so long since I've done this. I think the last time I did a live stream was for 3,000 subscribers, and now we're at 5,000. So it's cool to kind of actually hang out with people, because last time there were like maybe 5 of us. So we have a pretty good turnout today. I'm happy about that. All right, buttress. ADD moment presented to you by Summon Lister Maker. All right, so I want this to expand the width of this building, maybe to here. Like that. And then to add cover, we don't want to go to, actually it's 3 inches. We might have enough to kind of experiment. It'll be all right. So we can actually like hang out a bit, because there's not much to see. All right. I'm not super happy with this shape. So I'm going to Google stone buttress. All right. You're going to see myself in this video, but all these cut-ins right here are exactly what we're looking for. So I guess technically they can be really square. maybe more of a archy shape. Man, Google Images are just not as useful because of AI generated images. Okay, so you can see that the support goes down to the floor. This is what's supporting the structure. This is giving this support. And this is kind of more what we're looking for. But we also want it to help support the topper level, like the upper level. So maybe it's more of a slow bend outward. And I went for like an abrupt end. So let's switch that up. All right. Thanks for hanging out, Pile of Shame. I appreciate your time. I hope you have a good one. 4 a.m. Why did you even wake up, man? Oh, wow. That's really smart. Okay, so campaign terrain, so that I could set the time frame for the search to a few years ago, like a time range, and then that would eliminate the AI searches. So that's actually super helpful. I'd never even thought of that. Thanks, man. That's awesome. I'm definitely going to start doing that. Because a lot of the time I'm looking for like historical reference or like actual concept art from like video games, and then it's like, here's AI that looks like that, but that's not helpful at all. So, all right. The one thing about AI though, like it's good to know like creatively you can kind of look up a reference even if your reference is super niche. Like sometimes there isn't a Google image that's real that like uh like your search is too specific, and it is kind of nice to have that specific search have a result. So I do like AI is garbage and I don't really appreciate it, but sometimes I'm looking up something like a building in a city with whatever, and I get a result rather than nothing, and that makes me like just kind of, when I used to like get a result that was nothing, I used to just kind of like throw away my phone and go, it doesn't exist. But now I get like a little bit of inspiration and I can kind of go off of it. So I don't know. It depends on how people see AI. Hopefully one day AI will be able to edit my video and I don't have to do that. So I can make cooler stuff more often. But I don't know. I don't know if you guys have seen this post, but on my Instagram feed, there's this post that says like, I want AI to do my laundry, not to do art. And I couldn't agree more with that statement. Okay, so after my reference point, this is what we had before, and then this is what we have now. It's a much more gradual arch, and I think this is way more what we want than this. So it's always good to look at reference photos. It takes every build up to the next level. So otherwise, it's kind of like shooting archery with a blindfold on. All right. Cool. Man, this is so much faster than having to move camera angles every single time. Honestly, that's kind of nice. Okay, I'm gonna put these buttresses on the seams again, just to kind of make it look more like a building rather than 4 pieces of foam. What was I thinking? All right. Stupid. Good thing no one saw that. All right. Well, honestly, that's not too bad either. So. All right, so the good thing to remember while making stuff like this is a ruined building, and it's okay for things to get messed up because this building has been messed up. So I don't hold myself to like a super high standard of craftsmanship because that would be honestly ridiculous. So. Hey, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's not a great look to make mistakes, but I'm really good at those. So, all right, what am I doing? Texturing. So we're gonna go back to doing this. Because I did the texturing before, all these inside corners have texture, so I don't have to worry about getting my rock in there, which is nice. Yeah, knowing that mistakes aren't the end of the world is probably the biggest crafting hack you'll ever learn. I'd say that 50% of a good craftsman is hiding your mistake. And then the other 50% is looking at reference photos and copying people, and then being able to apply that knowledge into new context. So, yeah. Because obviously we're not just taking a reference photo and just like copy and pasting it. We have to like apply that knowledge to this. So that's kind of the tricky part. All right. Honestly, I'm probably over texturing this a bit because I'm going to be adding bricks to this. And I think it's probably time to start doing that. Okay, so for those who are new, I don't think anyone here is new, but people on watching the VOD might be new. I take old paint handles and then crimp them into rectangles or squares. There's another square. And then this is a sculpting tool that's like really tiny. And I crimp this into a square too. And then we're just going to punch these in, repeating it. So let me bring you over and we can do that. So it's probably easiest to start on like a bare wall. So let's do that. And then that's a brick. Some people like to cut individual squares out and then stack them. I do this a lot, and this is super fast. So out of necessity, I just need to find a faster way of doing things. And so honestly, I think most people need fast ways of doing things. Otherwise, they don't get to do it. So that's kind of why speed is key. And then you can see that like I'm trying to get this metal facet inside the groove of the one before it. So there's only one grout line. You don't want to like punch it kind of like wherever. You're punching from one grout line and adding another, kind of like you're stacking the brick on top of itself. So there's a corner here. I'm going to get the corner here, and then I'm just going to shove it on. I learned this making a stamp tool from Devs and Dice. He used it to do all the city streets of his buildings. So every cobblestone on this build is stamped with this tool. This is my first Mordheim board, and then this one is my newest one. So and I've done that every single time with this tool. So it takes a long time. And I've actually heard that some people like to like bundle several of these together with like a rubber band and then press them in. So I've been wanting to kind of try that too. So we might try that today too. But yeah, so just to kind of credit the guy who taught me how to do this. Now I don't think he's ever done this for like terrain, like buildings, making bricks. So that part might be me. I don't know, but I'm not going to take the credit for that. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is the first time I've done this with the concrete, and that texture for a brick is just absolutely great. I'm really happy with that. All right, so I can't get my tool in here, so I'm going to grab this square one, and then you can also like just kind of carve it out here with the back side of your hobby knife. You don't want to cut it. I feel like it's better when it's like torn into. So, and then just wrap the brick around. All right, and you can see how fast that is. We're halfway done with this first wall, and it looks pretty freaking great, I have to say. Yeah, yeah, I'm sure bundling it together might be faster. But I mean, how much time are you saving, like trying to fiddle around with three in your hand? So I don't quite really get it exactly, but uh, yeah, I would assume you would have to like glue them all three together, but I'm using a lot of force here, so I would just maybe it wouldn't even like last all that long. It might break apart, but who knows? A lot of the times I don't get time to experiment with stuff like that because I'm just going so fast. And that's one of the main reasons I kind of switched to a different game for a little bit, because I just felt like every single video is the same for a while. So obviously there's nuances, but from a person who's like not familiar with the channel, they're just like, does this guy do anything else? Maybe that's just a theory that people are thinking that, but I don't know. Just my opinion. And I've been really, I just painted my Trench Crusade warband, and I'm really excited to show people. So, all right. Okay. So this is a heavy infantry. Let's see, where is it? And yeah, so I think this guy just turned out really cool. I got this from a pack of Russian miniatures. If you're interested in grabbing these, message me on the Discord and I'll send you a link. But they're like $5 for 5 of them, which is just crazy. And then I just kit bashed on top of it, head swapped, and it makes it look like kind of like a Hulkish like body type. So I think this just turned out really great. And then this is an official anti-tank hunter, and I weapon swapped him with a sword. And I just think the angel wings make it look really cool. Yeah, I've never used bits like this before. They've always been at the bottom of my bit bin, so it's been fun to kind of experiment. So, yeah. Okay, back to the build. All right, so this is kind of why I try to hide the seams for the hot glue. Honestly, if I just change this to a buttress, it probably would benefit from it. Yeah, let's just cut this in half. So what are you guys working on? Are you guys hobbying too, or? All right, bricks. Good talk. Sweet. That D&D is hard sometimes. That's probably the game I play the most. We've been kind of off a bit with the gaming sessions because one of our players had a baby. So, stinking babies. Obviously, I'm kidding, if that wasn't clear. I'm gonna carve this one in. And then I'm gonna do kind of a like a keystone. This is what like supports the archway. All right. Let's see. I started at 8 and it's 9:30. Oh, okay. So we're doing pretty good, I think. Again, I'm not sure if we'll be able to finish this today. Obviously, that would be ideal. Obviously, I'm not going to paint it today. I would like to be able to prime it and show it to you guys. But we'll see. I'm going to try to like kick it into high gear a bit. And then if you guys have questions, let me know and then I'll answer them. All right. Two more sides and then we can move on to the more interesting parts. I just realized at the beginning of this live stream, I don't have any foam core. So we're going to have to be creative with the materials we use. I think I might use cardboard. I've never really used cardboard before for like buildings, other than like the back to basics, like where to start Mordheim terrain video. And I think that might be cool. So I like to experiment. Let's try cardboard and then detail it. And then I wanted to do air dry clay, kind of like MS Terrain Lab. They use air dry clay to do their stucco texture. So I've always kind of wanted to try that. You know, I've been kind of throwing around the idea in my head that I'm going to start live streaming just like me crafting. Because honestly, the video quality here is not that bad. And I can see my footage as I'm doing it. So I don't know if that's going to be a thing or not, but it would be nice to like have a second set of eyes and opinions while I'm making something. So although I'm not all that interested in like figuring out Streamlabs or any of those things, so I don't know. Maybe that's not ideal. Oh yeah. Yeah, we had a Secret Santa on the Discord server, and I gave one of the guys there my original brick punch for the Christmas exchange. C.J, if you know him. And I don't know, I thought that was kind of a special gift. Man, the concrete texture is just really, really good on these bricks. Like, it looks real. At the end of the month, I'm going to be going to Universal Studios. If you don't know, we're doing a live stream today because yesterday was my wife's birthday, and I couldn't really edit a video last night. So next week is my daughter's birthday on the 14th, and then a couple days after that, or no, the 15th, or the 15th. And then a couple days after that is my son's birthday, which is on the 18th. So obviously you have a problem spacing things out. I don't know why February has the least amount of days, but the most amount of birthdays ever. Yeah. And then the 29th or something is my grandma's birthday, which is just crazy. And then my wife, her family, they have a birthday on the 2nd, the 2nd, I think it's like the 10th or something. And then there's another cousin of my daughter's going. Her birthday is the same day as my daughter's, and then yeah. So just needless to say, it's going to be a crazy month. Oh my gosh, 11. I'm in April, so you can add that to the list. Just kidding. And then, yeah, so it's just a crazy month. I always forget, like time just flies when you're doing videos, so I just lose track of time, and I get so caught up in the project. I'm like, oh shoot, that day really snuck up. So congrats, man. That's awesome. Yeah, man, I always forget how tiny babies are. Like, till you like see one again. Obviously, I've had them, but they grow up so gradually. You're like, they had to be bigger than that, right? So, don't feel bad about being late. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, for any new people who are here, it helps out the stream if you leave a like. So I appreciate it if you do that. Obviously, no pressure. So, okay. So, for those of you who are new, it's probably just the one of you, but we're making a jailhouse. I'm putting it on this board right here, in this spot next to the graveyard. So it'll just like stick right there. We kind of voted in the chat, that it's going to be kind of a false facade bottom. So we're not really going to be building this out to be playable. I have a door here that's going to slide in, which honestly we could probably just glue it now. Yeah, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. There's no stupid question here. I've asked all the stupid questions for you so that I could have the answers. So hopefully that is helpful. Dang, that looks really freaking good. The comment I get the most from my wife is that she just thinks it looks like a frosted animal cookie. Like on my builds until I paint them, because usually they have like the white like doors on them and stuff. Yeah, I got last year my mom got me a whole box of, let's see, right here. It's sideways, but it's called Crystal Clear Ad Tech, and it's like a huge box, 85 sticks, like that, like a foot long. And that I've been working on that for since I got it 2 years ago. So, and then I have a Surebond hot glue gun. It's really cool. It's cordless. If you want to turn it off, you just click that. It's only a high temp, which took a lot of getting used to. It burned me a lot the first several times I used it. So, but other than that, I mean, it's been really great. So, and just in case you don't know, hot glue can be can set faster than super glue. I have this can of air, and when I need to work really fast, like with shingles or something, all you have to do is hold it upside down and spray it. Oh, and it shoots out really ice cold air, and it freezes it instantly. So, I've been out of hot or super glue a a couple times before, and that's a really fast way of getting that to set. So. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. That. Yeah. All right. I'm going to try. I've been trying to pick it up and do it faster, but honestly, it's been nice to kind of just talk to you guys. So. All right. That looks really good. I like the keystone. Autofocus. Yeah. Yeah, that looks cool. All right, so we're gonna do a top level. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, once you break it down to like its simple steps, it's just a matter of like the patience to do it. And I mean, we did it live, so you know how long it takes. It honestly doesn't take that long. Anyone can do that. And everyone has bad paintbrushes, so it's as easy as that. Okay, so we gotta make, let's see how it looks on the board. Okay, it's a little tight. I could probably dig it into this corner a bit, so it's not like as tight. I think that'll look good, and it'll be easier for people to like get into the second level too. So. Okay. Well, I guess I could have done that. My bad. Okay. Okay, so this is kind of the hard part. I have to figure out how to make a Tudor house. Because I do this a lot, and it's always kind of hard to like make it original. So we might just kind of throw that out of the window a bit and just kind of make a generic looking one. But it's a jailhouse, so we want to stick to that theme. Okay. So I'm just looking at some reference photos real quick. I'm just Googling medieval city jail. Okay. So we could do like a support here that's like an oval. If you need a good circle jig, the best one to make like a good arch is a spray paint can. Oh, hey, there's my miniature for scale. So he couldn't get through the door exactly, but he could turn sideways and enter. I was like using this one because it's a little larger. And so if this one can fit, most miniatures can fit. So spray paint can. Okay, so if you need an arch, all you need to do is kind of figure out the distance of the arch. This one is pretty simple. It's basically the width of the spray paint can, which is pretty convenient. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I've stamped it out, and then we're just going to cut it out. All right, so this is our arch. We're going to texture it the same way we just did the building. And this will be a good place to support the structure. Don't forget the inside edge. All right. Haha, that looks sick. Okay. I mean, I just improvised that, but it wasn't, it looks pretty good, so. Sweet. I mean, for just kind of throwing that together, I'm really happy with that. Let's just texture this outside edge a bit. I should do it to this side too. I mean, it was really fast, so. Is this the same? Okay. So this one is a little tighter. You can see that you can squish it, but that's the benefit of using a spray paint can is I have a perfect stamp of what this arch should be. So we're just going to do it again. All right. All right, so now I'm just going to measure where it fits, centered in this little nussle or indent. Nussle is not the word, but all right. No, well, I mean, it's kind of the new board. We're working on this board. Come on. So we're looking at adding a building right here. So yeah, this is for my Mordheim board. I don't know if you're new from the Trench Crusade stuff, but typically I've been doing Mordheim this entire time. So it's good to kind of get back to it and apply what I've learned from the Trench Crusade stuff into this new, to this board. So, all right. All right. This did break into 2 pieces, but we're gluing it on anyway, so shouldn't be the end of the world. All right. So there's the back arch. That looks really good. I'm going to start doing this way more often. Okay. Okay, so let's kind of draw out some buildings. Because this is a jail, and we want it to look like a jail. Let's bring you over here. And then we're going to just sketch this up real quick. All right, so all right. So to kind of fit with this build, I might kind of want to do something similar to the gatehouse. So it's like mostly destroyed, but it's like a platform. Because right now there isn't a ton of there's only like one way to get to that gatehouse. So if we had a building here next to it that kind of let you like climb up and then get to it, and then you could climb down to the wall here, that would give you a little bit more options. So maybe we do something like that. Okay, we wanted it kind of nestled into this after some terraforming. So a lot of the destruction would be on this side of the board. Um, Actually, I do have this 3D print that I designed. I don't think this works exactly. Obviously, it could work, but so we would have that basic shape here. Okay, I think that's enough to get started. I have some windows here. Yeah. Okay. Cool. If you weren't here earlier, you would have learned that I don't have any foam core at the moment. The dollar store when I went yesterday was out. So we're going to use cardboard. I love the shape of this one. It's not very jail-like. Maybe it's a stone structure on top too, but it's just destroyed. Yeah, I've never really done this before, this shape. So let's just kind of sketch it out on the foam. All right. So stone structures with peaks like this are typically, they have like rectangles here. So let's try to mimic that. And stair step these all the way up. Because this one's going to be so destroyed like the other building, I don't think I'm gonna we're gonna like we can add a lot of detail to this side, and the other one's going to be mostly destroyed, so I don't think we're going to need to do that much to it on the other one. So we can kind of go crazy on this. This peak isn't really working. Let's just trust the process a bit. Yeah, that's not really doing it for me. Here, let's Google search. Building. stone. Okay, this is Minecraft, but you see how it's like stair-stepped? That's kind of the peak I want. Where's my ruler? Oh. All right. And then now we can do this. You know what? I'm not going to do it now. Let's do it later after I punch the bricks because I can just punch it through. Yeah, let's do that. And it'll be faster. Let me pull up chat again. Yeah. I am in a constant state of looking for my tools. I'm going to need a couple windows. So let's get into here. No. Okay, so this is the miniature I used to use for scale. I did switch to this guy, and you can kind of see the problem with some of my terrain. Obviously, this guy's like tiny compared to this dude. So picking the right miniature is really key when trying to find what to use for scale. So make sure you're doing that. Dang, I only have 2 windows. I could cast one up real quick, I guess. You know what? I think that'll be enough for this building. If I get to this side and I need something, I'll do it. Okay, so let's trace these out, or you can kind of just press them into. All right. Do you guys have any questions? Like it doesn't have to be with this build, just like in general, hobby related or channel related or whatever. Ah, my ruined building is ruined. Gosh. uh, you know, one of the main videos I want to do is another like Mordheim Catacombs board. I don't want to like just redo it for the sake of it. I want to kind of make a video that's like worth watching. But I had so much fun with that project, and it took so much time. I just really want to kind of relive that moment a bit. So that's a big one. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it's so true. Like you can't ruin a ruined building. I am an advocate of that. Hey, yeah, thanks. We just finished building this. We're building a jail for my Mordheim board. We're gonna stick it like right here, so should be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I need to texture this first. Yeah, I messed up a couple times. My ADD got the best of me. I need to indent these windows a bit to kind of make it more. Yeah, I heard we had Slay the Gray Hobbies in here, and he's from Australia too, and he said it was 4 a.m. So happy 5 a.m. All right. All right, so I got distracted when I was breaking this, but I need to bevel these first. And then texture it, and then do the brick. Jeez. Yeah, I was up till 1 a.m. playing Mario Party with my twin brother in Oregon. So I'm a little sleepy right now. All right, so we're gonna cut this at a 45, this at a 45. We're gonna do this in a 45, but at a right angle, and then we're just gonna bevel these out. This is gonna make it look a little more like arrow slit-esque, and just add a bit more dimension to the build. All right, so now we'll texture this. I got one more window. I'm saying that out loud so I don't forget. All right, one more, and then we can move on to the bricking. All right, so now we're going to bevel this out. This top peak. All right. All right, let's texture this. And then get bricking. Yeah, so we're just adding this to the top of this part of this building. Just to kind of catch everyone up. All right. Where's my... All right. So now we're going to get to this part. We're going to be trimming off the corners of these edges, like right here, just to kind of give it a stair-stepped look. It'll just make it a little bit more gothic. Jails typically be like gothic architecture, so we kind of want to go for that. All right. So all we have to do now is just cut off all this extra stuff. All right. Oh, hey, Trug. It's nice seeing you on the Discord. So I'm kind of in build mode right now. Yeah. Trench Crusade's been really fun. I've been really enjoying crafting that. I know that it's not everyone's favorite game right now, but I think those videos will do better over time. So. All right. So this is looking pretty good. Last time I did this building, and this is what I'm kind of modeling the architecture as. I did a inside texture of wallpaper, so I won't have to brick the inside of this. But basically, we're looking at a building that's kind of like this right now. Yeah, so let's put a base structure down, like a platform, to kind of fit this. And then we got one more wall. And then we're kind of done building, actually, I think. Oh, other than the roof. The roof, I'll have some good tips on how to do like this stuff. So, yeah. Okay, so we need I gotta find that ruler again. Oh, it's in front of me. Oh, geez Louise. That's funny. Trent's Crusade. So I don't know if you're still here, but Sisters Lila's Armory. I don't think I've seen you yet. Are you new to the channel? That's a new name to me. All right, we're going to do some busy work here. So I'm going to set you guys up over here, and then we can hang out a bit. Again, I'm going to texture this with a rock, and then Okay, new tool. With the new Trench Crusade board, I've been learning a lot. The biggest one is the concrete rock has been great for texturing, and I've mentioned that already before. So, new tool. I think probably the other thing is just using different bits. I've had so many bits that are like sci-fi-esque that I just haven't ever been able to use before because of the medieval setting. So, so that's been a nice one for sure. Okay, so for bits, my biggest advocate, the thing I would advocate for is to get individual sprues on. There's a guy called spruedude.com. Obviously, I'm not sponsored by him, but you can also look up individual sprues on eBay, and that's a really easy way to get bits. I use that constantly. A couple months ago, there was there were a couple listings on for like not Crute. They're like the orcs for Age of Sigmar, and it was just the extra bits on the sprue that they were just going to throw away after like a commission, I assume. And so I bought those for like I think $5, and it had just like maybe 20 weapons on it, a bunch of different heads, and they were all like fresh on the sprue still. They were just not used for that commission, I think. And that was a really great way to get some bits. And they were all like the same theme, so I could like use all of them on a warband. So that was pretty cool. I think that one I need to get onto that more. So but Sprue Dude, that guy, he has a lot of like World War II, a lot of Frostgrave. So I like to recommend that website because usually that stuff is like pretty readily available. And eBay is kind of like sometimes you just have to get lucky. So I don't think that's a great recommendation. This way or this way? This way. Oh, so for this rock, I have a daughter who just nabs rocks off of the street. When she like rides a bike, she'll just add it to the collection. So yeah, so just get a daughter, and then you can get that rock. So it might take 8 years, but it's worth it. This is a really wide building, and I'm not a huge fan of it. I think I'm gonna make this the front. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. It might take more than 8 years then. Or have a niece or something. No, I think they're pretty easy to find on the street, or at parks probably. I need more hot glue. Oh, hey, I planned ahead. Go figure. So as far as tools go, I feel like there was a tool that I just like started using recently. I don't have a great answer, but it's been great to kind of switch gears and do something new with the channel for my own sanity. I've been doing Mordheim stuff for a long time, and it's been great to switch it up and use a different side of my brain. So if you're stuck and you feel like you need something new to kind of innovate off of, that's probably a good recommendation to just learn new techniques, is try to build something new that you've never done before. Odds are you can figure it out, and it's pretty beneficial. So my biggest hobby critique has always been just finish projects from start to finish, at least until you're like you're familiar and you feel like you're good at it. Starting a project and finishing it from start to finish really lets you know like what looks good at the end product, and it's a really good indication on whether your like your cutting skills are good, your hot glue skills are good, and all that jazz. So all right, yeah, that looks way better. I'm gonna put it up on the board again. um, Okay, I think it looks good. Yeah. Foam. So I'm using casted windows. I'm assuming if you're here, you're a part of kind of the regular people who watch the channel. But just in case you're not, I have free STLs that you guys can print out for inserting windows and stuff like building accessories. So they're free. You don't need, they're on Patreon, but you don't need a Patreon subscription, and you can just go grab them. So I like to help you guys out with your hobby, and this is one of the ways that I like to do it. So yeah, so that's my spiel for you guys go and check that out. And hopefully you use them. If you do, tag me on Instagram. I've been making a magazine actually on my Instagram for the or on my Patreon. It's called the Summoner's Circle. And next month, I'm going to be putting pictures of everyone who uses stuff from the 3D bits that I make. So if you're interested in that, feel free to go check that out. If not, that's totally fine. So these Patreon is really just to fund the YouTube channel. I don't like make a living off of it, obviously, but I really just want to help you guys out with your hobby. And there are a lot of places out there that want to profit off of you, and that's not what this channel is. So go check that out and come hang out on the free Discord. That's free too. So yeah. Okay. All right. That looks pretty good. Hot glue everywhere. Okay, so that's there. And then this is here. Um, So I'm just kind of trying to visualize this side of it. I think I want like another window peak here. How do I do it on that one? I think I can do it with popsicle sticks. So let's do that. Oh yeah, no problem. Oh, there's my line. Okay. Okay, so I just cut out this wall. It's not an exact 90-degree angle, which is fine. Ruined buildings are never ruined. So perfect. Yeah. So, Mike, you asked me about you asked me what project I want to make, and I mentioned the Mordheim Catacombs. Do you know what the Mordheim Catacombs is? I don't know if you're new to the channel, but because I have it right here and I can show it off. But that's like I made an hour-long build video for that, and that one's probably the best thing I'll ever make, honestly. So. All right. Windows. You know, oh, I do have one window. Here's an example of the STLs on the. They're just windows that like slot in, so I just like to push them in and then cut them out. I am doing this kind of in the wrong order, but it should be fun. Oh, okay. Here, let me show you the catacombs real quick. I need to back up the camera a bit. So this is the Mordheim Catacombs board. This, I always like to show this one off because it's pretty fun. So let's dip this down a bit. But, yeah. So, yeah. So this is the Mordheim Catacombs. It's a full terrain board inside of a chest. I was wondering where that was. And it's by far the coolest thing I've ever made for the channel. It took me like 5 months. I honestly think it would be really cool to like make another centerpiece just for Trench Crusade. But it really uses the Mordheim rules really differently. There's a lot of going up and down and jumping from place to place and stuff like that. So it's really unique, and it's one of the coolest things ever. So thanks. Yeah, this is fun. Yeah, so we can get back to the regular build, but I wanted to show that off because I mentioned it. So I would love to do another one of these. I think it would be cool to have another one like on this side or this side that can kind of like be like a kind of 180 degree board. So like it could kind of like span in between two things. So I'm kind of throwing around that idea. I just don't want to like rehash this for the sake of it, but honestly, it's one of the cooler things ever. So And the fact that it just packs up so nicely is the best part of the board. Oh, I spilled my coffee. See, what time is it? 11. Okay, I got an hour. You know, I could probably get this done in an hour. If you're new here, we're making a Mordheim jail. We've been building this for my new terrain board. It's not. I mean, it's several months old, but it's my newer terrain board. So right now, I mean, I don't know how many new people are here, but I'm just using a paintbrush that I've crimped into a rectangle to do all these bricks, and it looks really cool. So why don't I just bring you guys over? And the trick of this to make it look legit is to get the metal side into the grout line here and just ride that line all the way across. And then it just looks like you're stacking bricks on top of each other. And before you know it, this whole wall is done. And if you want to know how I've built this so far, feel free to just rewind and check that out. That's one of the cooler parts about the YouTube live stream is you can just kind of zip through it and then come back to where it's live and you'll be basically caught up. So, yeah. All right. So that's that wall. Where'd that hot glue gun go? I have to wait for this to get hot again. Okay. I textured the wrong side. Oh, no, I didn't. Never mind. Oh, and I gotta bring these bricks over. Sorry, these sounds are probably annoying. Not hot enough. All right, let's look at the chat. Yeah, actually, one of the videos I wanted to do was roll for terrain for Trench Crusade because I found an exploration chart for that. But people don't seem really excited for Trench Crusade, so there's a lot of YouTube fatigue for that, which is understandable. So, yeah. Usually I like to do the roll for terrain when I can't think of what to make, and it's really easy to just roll for it and not have to make that decision. And a lot of the times, like for the Trench Crusade board, or no, the Catacombs board, that was a roll for terrain. I rolled to see what kind of board I would make, and I rolled Catacombs. And so that's one of the reasons I made it. I just don't film it every time because sometimes it just doesn't, like, if I do that every single time, it's not that interesting. Hey, Adam. Yeah, I like Trench Crusade. A lot of, I think mostly it has to do with the makers of Mordheim, or one of the makers of Mordheim is the author of Trench Crusade. So there's a lot of similarities. I just think YouTube people just don't really like, it's more of a game you want to make stuff for and not really a game you want to watch, I think, which is understandable. I think it's a little hypocritical for people to say there's so many Trench Crusade videos when we get a bazillion Warhammer videos a week. So, but that's just my opinion. What do I know? Yeah. I'll probably be done in an hour. I just wanted to get this basically done. Let's start adding details and roofing for this. Let's zoom out a bit so that you guys can see a bit more. I like to use plastic animals for gargoyles. They just add a bit more character to it, and it steals the show from the mistakes that you've made. Honestly, I'm really happy with this, so I don't need that many gargoyles, I think. But there are builds that I made that don't look very great. So this one is a frog oil I sculpted. It's a little toad. So, and then I recast it. So maybe we'll use him like right here. That looks really cool. Okay, let's sand him flat. Yeah. Oh. There's nothing like making something that looks cool. So His tail is kind of flexible, so it can kind of conform it to the area a bit. Perfect. Yeah, it looks awesome. Probably one here and one here too. I got 2 sheep here, so why don't we do those? There's one. And our frosted animal cookie house is looking almost done. I haven't done anything with the back halves yet. I've been getting suggestions to make like a butcher shop, which is a really fantastic suggestion. And I think eventually that's probably what I'll do. I've been keeping some of them, not all of them. So, but you get a whole pack for like $1.25. So it's really affordable. Come on. There it is. All right. Perfect. Hey, Hobby Bandit. Yeah, we've been chugging along. Honestly, we're almost done. I just need to do the roof, the floorboards. I mean, calling this a jail probably isn't very accurate anymore. I don't know. It always helps me to start with like a concept and kind of run with it. Sometimes it just doesn't look like I've done it. So, where'd that window go? Jeez. Did it fall? Is it under here? Come on. It's gone. Man, where's that window? All right, well, did I put it back in here? What the heck, man? Why do bad things happen to good people? What the heck? Oh well. It's an empty window. I'll just do a windowsill. Oh yeah, like a wire brush. I've never done that actually. I just kind of figured out on my own and then stick with it for eternity. So, but I'm always up to try a new technique. So maybe next time I'll try that out. All right. Let's do the roof. I like to start out with like a floorboard, not a floorboard, but a board here. And we can just break that off. Because we have this stepped roof, we have to start the roof behind it, like find a line here. So it looks like it's going to be like a curved line. Oh, I mean, technically I could do it like right here. Let me find some cardboard. So we're just adding a surface here to glue to. I should probably add a little bit of structure here. So let's just do that real quick. Ow. That was hot. Hey, we got some bricks here. Let's just reuse those. All right. Cool. Now, we're going to glue a bunch of popsicle sticks to this and then use that as a like mid support for right here. I have some. So lately, obviously we want to take away the round parts. Lately, what I've been doing with popsicle sticks is they have a nice clean edge, and that obviously doesn't work well with Mordheim. So just taking a knife and beveling it does a lot to add a bit more interest to it. They're a lot less uniform. Yeah. So that's kind of what I do there. You just take off the round end. Yeah, that's a good one. And then you just kind of let the wood crack by itself. Sometimes it like gouges out. So that's fine. You kind of want to let the material let you know how it wants to be. Okay. All right. So let's glue this here. And then we want to go from like longer to shorter going up. So this one's probably the shortest. I glued these the wrong way. Okay. So we want to glue the clean edge on. Perfect. And then we'll just snap these. And then trim these. Like that. And now it's flexible, so we can kind of conform it to the shape. All right. We got like 2 more to do here, but honestly, to me, that doesn't look great right now. Let's try to support it. Paper. Yeah. All right. That's a little more sturdy. All right, so that's one side. Balsa wood is good for this too if you don't have cardboard. So I'm going to do that on this side because I think this one is going to be more exposed than that cardboard one. Honestly, I probably should have just done this to begin with, but the more you know. All right. So this doesn't look great right now, but we're going to be adding shingles and we're going to be painting it. So I think this will be good enough as is. All right, so shingles. If you're new to the channel, the way I do shingles is here. I use self-adhesive cork. It's like a peel sheet. This is like for cork boards, and you can get this at your Dollar Tree, and there's cheap ones on Amazon too. The trick to making this look really good and really fast is to get pattern scissors. So this is a zigzag, and then we're gonna just cut it. There isn't that much roof on here, so this might be enough. Yeah. So now what we're going to do is just separate each shingle halfway up. You want to get the inside edge, split that up, get like the inside zag. This adhesive isn't like super strong. It's pretty strong, and it's probably, oh, hey, I found the window. It doesn't fit anymore because I did a windowsill. Can't believe it was, no, I can't believe it was right in front of me. Let's be honest here. I'm not the brightest. All right. All right. That looks way better. Okay. Zag. We're going to get every zag. Yeah, and that's not even the fastest part, because most people at this point, they would use cardboard, and now we can just peel this strip and stick it right on. Especially this foam, but in most builds, you're going to do a Mod Podge glue step anyway. So that glue is going to glue everything down. So we're just going to peel and stick these shingles. Autofocus. There it is. Right on. And now you don't have to do it every single time with like a little bit of white glue. I like to do this in clumps. It makes it a little faster. And I think it's a little bit more realistic that like a bunch of shingles like hooked together would stay on together rather than just one shingle in the middle. Yeah. And then if they break off in different ways, like this one broke off in 3 when I pulled it off, I just stick up 3. This time it broke another 3 off, so I'm going to take one of these off. And we're basically almost done. I just got one more side. I'll probably finish off the rest of this strip so that I don't have some scrap I need to throw away. But this whole thing of cork that I got from the dollar store is going to last me a long time with these ruined buildings. All right, now we're just going to peel it. Stick it. And I'll probably go the rest of the way up here and then just a little bit more on the other side. That side of the roof is a little bit more dilapidated. Oh, I 3D printed some miniature scale knights. These were on Thingiverse, and I think they would be awesome for like a Weathervane-esque detail up here. Oh yeah, that's great. And then I don't want it to go anywhere. So that was just a can of air I turned upside down, and now it's frozen on stiff. Cool. I should add more planks on this side. All right. So I think we're done building. Oh, I got to do the floorboards. We can do this while we Mod Podge it, though. So I'm just going to break off the tips of some coffee stirs or popsicle sticks. All right. Let's get my jug of PVA glue and a jar of sand. Okay. All right. So we're just going to place these in. If it didn't look like a frosted animal cookie building before, now it definitely does. All right. Obviously, this is a lot of glue, but that's intentional because I want this to really stick. And you could say I want this to popsicle stick. And then we're just going to pour sand over it, and it will absorb all that excess glue and texture the floorboards with a bit of rubble. So it's probably enough. I get this sand from the dollar store too. And the reason I do that is it's technically crushed glass. So I don't have to like sterilize it or whatever. I could do it the cheaper way probably, but this works fine. And I can just dump the rest of the sand into the trash can. All right, let's mix up a Mod Podge base coat, and then not Mod Podge, a PVA black paint base coat, and then I'll paint it on the outside, and we'll be done for the day. So. I like to use a fan brush for this. It's the best for this color, or for this like getting into small, hard places to reach. We're going to make a dark brown. So just a little bit of brown and then a little bit of black. And I'll just mix it up. Where? Sometimes I like to add a bit of paint water just to thin it down just a little bit. Where's my paint cup? There it is. The pattern scissors I get on Amazon. I'll send a link to you on the ones I have because they come in different pattern sizes. I think the one I like is a 10 millimeter, not 10 millimeter, 5 millimeter pattern. So I'll send you a link on the Discord once we're done here. Yeah, the sticky back cork is something I get the dollar store. I've also gotten it at Michael's for like a really cheap price too. Dang, this one looks really good. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll send it to you. And if you have any questions on the Discord, we have a bunch of guys there and gals that are really great and helpful. I don't know everything, so it always helps to have different opinions, and everyone does things a little differently, which I think is great. So, yeah. Dang, when I don't have cameras, this goes really fast. I did not expect to get done before 12, and it's before 12. I that's really encouraging. The Trench Crusade stuff takes a lot of brain power for me. I used to kind of just like do this every week, and I can really just kind of improvise it. The hard part when making videos is I like to give away things like terrain and or templates and STLs. So that's the part that takes a while. So obviously I use the STLs, so it's not like a lost. Oh no, it's not lost time. So just in case you're curious. Yeah, we got really lucky with the people we have over there. Everyone is really fantastic on the Discord. I've never, I might have had to do one like call out, say like, hey, this might not be great for the Discord. But other than that, there's like no admin necessary. So if you're a cool guy and you want to be a part of it, or gal, I guess. I'm from California. Guy is a gender neutral term in my opinion, but just to include everyone. Yeah, I just like I got really lucky with the subscribers here and the comments, and I'm really blessed with the amount of people in the community here. So thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate you guys sticking through it, and yeah. I'm going to need more. It's hard to do this with one hand. Sorry. All right. After I do this base coat, I do go in after it and spray paint anything, because hot glue does not stick to the PVA and paint. So I have to get those areas with spray paint. And all of these like plastic bits, like the dollar store stuff, they need spray paint. So when you're doing this yourself at home, just keep that in mind. Yeah. So just so you know. I really like the design of this one. I mean, I know I just kind of improvised it, but a lot of the design looks really intentional. I think a skull or like a shrine here would be really cool on the back, or maybe like an executioner, like pulpit or something. I don't know what that's called. I think you guys get what I'm saying. That would be kind of a good detail for this jail. It's not really a jail, but when I tell my friends about it later, it will be. I did mention that I did wallpaper for the interior. If you are interested in that printout, I have a PDF of it on my Patreon too. You can just search. There's a search bar on Patreon, and that's where I grab it too. I don't have it saved on my desktop. I just go and search on the Patreon, and it's a free download too. Well, my voice is, I don't think I've ever talked this much, so my voice is just gone. So yeah, if and on the Discord, if you're like, hey, I saw you use this, what is that from in this video, and I don't mention it in the description or something, then you can message me and I'll hunt. We'll scavenge hunt together on the Patreon and help you track those files down. Because I know that I'm not like the most well organized, but that's kind of the trade for getting these for free. I think you just have to do a little more work. It's not that much more work though. So. And if my FBI agent is listening, if the government starts funding me, I can solve the housing crisis in miniature scale. So, yeah, start funneling your money here. I will take it. I mentioned it like halfway through, and some people might not be here anymore, and some people are new. So this month, or well, last month, I did a magazine for my patrons. If you have, if you print out my STLs and use them in a build, and then tag me on Instagram, I'm going to put it in my magazine. And if you message it to me, I will send you a link to the PDF so that you can share the magazine around if you want. So yeah, just as an opportunity to kind of shout you out, and kind of a community thing. That's one of the things I want to do this month. So yeah, looks good. Well, unfortunately, we got to let this dry now. So I think we'll close with any questions, and then maybe I'll show you a sneak peek of what the Trench Crusade board is looking like or something. If you guys want that, maybe you don't. So. Did I miss a part? Oh. All right. The sheep head is not letting me code it. So. Yeah, that looked good. We'll let that dry, and then I'll answer any questions you guys got. Yeah. I think I got it now. Yeah, that was a nice fast build. I like that. That is not coffee. Note to self. All right. Yeah, it doesn't look like a frosted animal cookie anymore. Hey, let's turn the fan on. It's probably not good audio. Let's see. Yeah, this place is a mess now. I got it all clean for stream, and now it's like a disaster. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it though. I was considering. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. I guess. The fish orc. Yeah. Oh no, I haven't. No. Yeah, I haven't I haven't finished him yet, but I like this guy a lot. Apparently, the Swill game is getting kind of a reskin, which is exciting. I think it might be like going a bit of a different direction. So, from what I've heard, so I'm kind of keeping that up in the air right now. And we'll get back to it once it's kind of like the dust is settled. I wanted to do like another Mordheim board, but for Swill, but since it's kind of up in the air, I went to Trench Crusade instead. So. Oh, here. Yeah, definitely. I'm really liking just exploring different free games. It's been really fun. I mean, that's what drew me to Mordheim to begin with. So it makes sense to kind of transition to that a little more. I got into Mordheim watching a Miscast video. He made a wizard tower, and I honestly I assumed it was just another Games Workshop game that I would have to pay a bunch of money for, and then Eric's Hobby Workshop had a video where he went to an event, and in that video he mentioned that it was free, and I was like, what? And so I went onto broheim.com and I downloaded it. And my first Mordheim video on the channel, I think it's titled like my first Mordheim video board ever or something like that. that was my first introduction to the game, and it's my entire hobby has been documented since then, which is really neat. I think that's really cool. So, um, other than that, like I was into D&D. So, oh yeah, yeah, I do think that guy looked like a core character. Uh, I honestly have not been all that interested in that game, but um, yeah, it's kind of hokey, and I don't think I'll ever get into it. It's just a little too far out there for me. Um, as far as how often I play, I probably play Mordheim. It's been a couple months, but it was like once a month for a good 9 months. So, oh, and then I also went to a couple events, and I had Tyler from Get Tabled here, and hopefully that's all right to say his name. If not, don't forget that. uh, and we played like 3 games that day, and he has the whole game like memorized. I told him I had a vampire, and he knows like the toughness and the weapon. Like he knew all the stats of it, which was crazy. um, so it was hard to kind of keep up with him, to be honest. But yeah, it's been really fun, kind of uh, getting into that community. Yeah, I remember seeing your sci-fi 3D prints, and they are just way crazy. I'm not quite sure what they were inspired by, but they were really cool. Yeah, if, if they kind of reminded me of like the Titan AE aliens that are like, I don't know what. This isn't an adjective, but they're like electrified or something. But their ship had like all those like weird curves in it. So, so Z now, what STLs are you talking about? Oh, you're hoping to try out my SP. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Feel free to like everything's on Patreon for free. So um, my Patreon's backwards. I want to help you with your hobby and not the other way around. So yeah, so just window shop, and if you see something in a video that you're wondering where that STL comes from, just ask me, and I answer every comment. So um, I'll point you in the right direction because uh, sometimes it can be kind of crazy. So I've Do I know who Xeno is? I'm not sure. I'll have to look up your channel since I'm not quite familiar. But yeah, um, they're free, so go check it out. Um, yeah, yeah. He like Get Tabled. The guy from Get Tabled really like just. I think he knew like the meta for how the scale of the to hit diagrams work, and once you crack that code, maybe it's easy, but it was always kind of hard to wrap my head around the rules. And I know that every time I play it, it's wrong. So uh, I'm hoping that Trench Crusade is a little bit more polished in that area, so that I can enjoy the game a bit more, because I am too ADD to kind of pay attention. So yeah. Um, Yeah, we got a little more for that to dry. Okay, so my 3D printer is an Elegoo Mars 3. I got it maybe 2 Black Fridays ago for 100. It was really cheap, maybe like, I don't want to say $100, but maybe it was like 199. It was a good deal. I don't remember. I bought it a while ago, but I use it constantly, and it's never failed to unless it's a me problem. Usually it's a me problem. So I like this printer a lot. I've used Lychee and I've used Chitubox. Chitubox seems to be a bit more consistent, and Lychee for some reason came out with the new update, and none of the files work anymore. So I just switched back to Chitubox. So yeah, I really liked working with Get Table. I think we're gonna get together again, but life's crazy, so um, yeah, it's gonna be probably a little bit. No, yeah, I for some reason I wasn't able to fix Lychee at all. I went back to a previous update, and none of my files worked ever again with Lychee. So maybe it's the printer, maybe it's the software, but for some reason, like I went on Reddit and asked people too, and no one helped. So I didn't figure that out. But Chitubox has been working great. So and I am on like a previous edition of Chitubox too. Um, but it still works pretty good. So I just stopped upgrading every time, um, and that might have been an issue. Uh, but I even reinstalled it and stuff, and it just never worked. So yeah. The Elegoo Mars is spelled Elegoo Mars 3. And I think I got it from their website so that if it messed up, I could email them directly. I might have gotten through Amazon too, but I don't know. So, but it's a really good printer and it's super simple. You just have to like wear the gloves and do all the personal protective equipment that you hear about, and it's pretty good. Um, okay. Well, if you let me know if you guys have any other things um, uh, on the dice. Yeah, so I've been noticing that in the rules that you get a plus at like an extra dice, and you get like to roll with advantage, and I do think that's a really cool like uh, technique, and it's a little bit more simple, so you don't have to like worry about adding or subtracting things. Um, and my D&D monkey brain might understand it a little bit more. So I'm actually looking forward to trying it out. I just have to get around to finishing uh, a second warband. I finished my new Antiochs, and if you guys want to see that, I'll show you a preview for next week's video. Um, but I think they look pretty cool. So Yeah, I I don't really know much about the fumes or whatever as far as resin goes. Um, I moved to a plant-based UV resin, and I feel like it's less aggressive. It's a little stinkier, but oh, okay, that's good to hear. Yeah, so it's a little stinkier, but I like the plant-based one a little bit more because it's not like sometimes I would get it on my hands or like on my arm after like just it drips or whatever, and it would kind of agitate. But I have pretty sensitive skin, so maybe that has something to do with it. Okay, well, I should probably feed my kids lunch. Um, so I'll see you guys, and yeah, if you've gotten here late, we built this today, and it looks pretty freaking sweet. I started this, and it's primed. So uh, if you're interested, you could zoom back to the beginning of the VOD and just start over um, again. So thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys. Go check out the free stuff on Patreon so I can help you out with your hobby. I appreciate it. Yeah, the spider. Yeah, this is my Monster Bash. I got the opportunity to be a part of the real Monster Bash, and it was kind of a life goal. Um, so I built this guy as a youngling version of my first Monster Bash build. So if you're interested in that, go check out a couple of videos back where it's one of my favorite videos I've ever made. So that one's fun. All right. Yeah, I think I'll end it there. Have a good one. Bye. I'll say bye forever if I don't just click stop. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. What's wrong with my computer? Oh, there it is.